The court, please, my lord, appearances are still the same for the state.
As a court, this is Lordship. I confirm that I appear on behalf of accused 1 to 4, Titi Tobang.
Yes. Mr. Musia, you still under oath?
I confirm, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, yesterday I had asked for the copies to be done from the documents produced by the witness, wherein he was referring to them as the paper which indicates that Ken Brigadier Ndlovu is the one who was giving him instructions at the crime scene. However, they made copies for everyone, my lord. I just needed the first front page of the copies that were given to us, and I will ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, my lord.
I'm checking whether I have a copy thereof.
My lord, can I give this one to his lordship? I will arrange mine later.
We can mark it exhibit F, my lord.
Exhibit F, to one mark it. Exhibit F.
For record purposes, exhibit F will be an extract of an entry from Sergeant Musia's docket.
You say the entry from Sergeant Musia's what?
Docket, my lord.
Okay. Docket. Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
My lord, may I just confirm if the statement for Brigadier Ndlovu was handed in yesterday, my lord? It was marked exhibit E.
E.
I'm not sure if it landed in his lordship's desk. My lord, may I ask to help in this one? To the court. For the sake of progress.
Exhibit E.
Exhibit E, yes, my lord.
I do have it.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Can I move on, my lord, with the questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Musia, in Exhibit F, I'm just wrapping up questions now. If you can just give confirmations. Do you confirm that? Yes. Exhibit F. There is no signature for Brigadier Ndlovu there in that page.
That is true. It is only his names that are appearing.
Exhibit F,
and in your examination in chief, you also mentioned that he signed on my report when you were testifying in the examination in chief.
How no o fana ka bopaki ba hao bo sehlohlolong o itse wa re o ile a tekena reportong ya hao?
Ke se ke tlhalositse mabane hore ha ona sebaka sa signature mo scene reporting ka mokgwa a ngotseng ka teng ho ya ka nna ke signature ya hao.
Yesterday I did made mention that there is no space for one to append the signature on this document. To me, by signature, I meant that he wrote his names or his personal details.
Bese ngishilo ke ukuthi la kuleli phepha leli akukho la khona ke kunendawo umuntu asayinda khona kodwa ke uma bengithi ke usayindile bengisho ngokuthi ke wabhala amagama akhe.
Mr. Mosia, if I say in chief, I mean when you were testifying, when you were led by the State Council.
Harugui ka bopaki ba maoban re bua ka bopaki bo ka sehlohlolong ha o ntso o etweletse pele ke motšhitšhisi a re o be ditaba pela lekgotla.
When you said he signed the report, were you referring to this or you were referring to something else?
Hona le mo no hlalosetsa lekgotla hore monghadi Brigadier Ndlovu o signile reporto ya hao. Ono bolela ka e kapa ono bolela ka ntho engwe e fapaneng le e?
Ke ne ke bolela ka yona
I was referring to this one.
So where is the signature there?
Jwale ho e ka signature?
It's not there.
It is not here. The signature is not here.
Thank you. So what you were telling the court was not correct.
So se o se buileng bopaking ba hao bo sehlohlolong ha se nnete.
Portion Brigadier Ndlovu I tlatsitseng mo scene reporting yaka ke acknowledgement ya hore ke fitlile crime scene ka kopana le yena.
The portion where Brigadier Ndlovu filled in on this document is an acknowledgement that he is the one who received and welcomed me at the scene.
Lenda woke noma la abhale khona uBrigadier Ndlovu ila le ichaza khona ke ukuthi uma ngifika lapho ngathola yena umuntu owangamukela.
Okay. Mr. Mosia, please don't confuse yourself. Okay? In your examination in chief, when you were led by the State Council, you said Brigadier Ndlovu signed on my report to show that he is the one who was giving your instructions.
Bopaking ba hao bo sehlohlolong o buile ka tsela e tjena. Brigadier Ndlovu wa o qotsa jwale o ile a tekena statement kapa report yaka go bontsha hore ke yena a neng a mpha ditaelo.
And that report you were referring to is the one that you showed us yesterday.
And reporto jwale re hlokomela e o ne o bua ka yona nako eo ke yona e leng hore maobane o re file yona.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
And in that report there is nowhere Brigadier Ndlovu signed in.
Empa ho ya ka reporto e ha hona mo re bonang signature ya monghadi Ndlovu.
That is correct. Thank you.
So ukuthi kule report akukho la assigned khona uBrigadier Ndlovu.
Let's move on. You further yesterday and also in your examination in chief told the court that you left this crime scene of a murder case to go and attend the other crime scenes. Is that correct?
Eba re utlwile hantle maobane monghadi o re lebaka la hao la hore o tlohe sebakeng se o nong o le ho sona sa ketsahalo ke ka hobane o no tlameha hore o lo attenda dibaka tse ding tse leng hore di na le ketsahalo le tsona.
Ke nnete mbona.
That is correct.
Bengishilo ke ukuthi imbangela ukuthi ngihambe noma ngishiye lapho kwakuukuthi ke ikhona ezinye indawo kwakufanele ngiye kuzona.
Can you give us the case numbers of the cases that you went to attend when you left this crime scene? Case numbers.
O ka khona hore o
Please, my lord, I really don't see the relevance of in your saying this with the greatest of respect, the relevance of those cast numbers for the purpose of this current case.
My other question would be, did you prepare him for this question? Because I don't think he goes around with case numbers of all cases that he attended?
No, my lord, if he does have them, he can respond to say, I don't have them, but they are available. It's only for the witness to comment, because he left the crime scene.
And relevance?
It's because he left the crime scene, my lord, before recovering the bullet, because he had to go and attend and do the duties in these cases.
Do you have the case numbers?
O ka bana le tsona di case number tsa melato e o ileng wa attenda ha o no tlohela sebaka se sa ketsahala. No, I don't have them.
You don't have them.
Anginazo ke ama number alawo ma cases lawo ngithi ngaya kuwona nkathi ngishiya ke
Okay. What were the charges in those case numbers that you attended, in those crime scenes that you attended, when you prioritized them over a murder case that you left without finishing the investigation?
Melato eno o bileditswe yona di bakeng tseo ke melato e jwang e feng ha hore o ka tlohela sebaka se ho entsweng polao ho sona o ilo attenda mabaka a di cases tseo.
Was it a matter of prioritization? Did he say he prioritized? Because my understanding of what he said yesterday was that he was in charge, or he was appointed.
Yes, my lord.
To be on standby for purposes of four
cases.
4 police stations.
Yes, my lord.
And I don't know where the word prioritize is coming from.
Maybe, my lord, if I can just rephrase that, but the point I'm driving at is to get from the witness the type of the cases that he went to attend, leaving the crime scene of a murder case. That's why I'm asking the nature of the complaint in those crime scenes that he attended.
Sergeant?
Monghadi, o ka re arabe. Okay.
Ke ntse ke hopola hantle ke la ka thola case ya Zonke Zizwe ile business robbery.
When I recall that I received a complaint from Zonke Zizwe, which was for house robbery.
Business robbery.
Which was business robbery.
Mangikhumbula kahle ke ngaye ngathola ke noma ngathola umbiko ke ukuthi ngiye eZonke Izizwe la khona kwabanjwa inkunzi khona ke business.
Okay.
Don't park. Engwe latelang kile ka ya ko ho Asen in Fosloras. Asen.
Can you spell it?
A-R-S-O-N. A-R-S-O-N.
Yes.
Only 2 men.
Tswela pele ka ntho ke tsebe o fitisa hore ya Asene ne le kae?
Fosloras.
At Fosloras, I attended the case or the complaint of arson.
Ngaze ekwesibili ke ngaya eFosloras la khona kwakunesimangalo khona ke sokushiswa.
Yes, the next one.
Engwe.
Ke hlalositse di crime scene tse pedi tse keneng ke le mo crime scene ene ke lo yona.
Those were the 2 complaints that I received whilst I was at that scene.
Ilezo embili ke engaya kuzona nkathi ngisuka noma ngishiya khona la kwabulawa khona.
Okay, so these are the only 2 that you attended.
Ke tsona tse pedi he di cases tse o ile ngwa tsama wa ya ho tsona ha o no tloha sebakeng sa ketsahalo e ya pele.
Ke nnete morena.
That is correct.
Was there anyone who was injured in Zonke Zizwe robbery?
Mo Zonke Zizwe robbery hona le motho ana le metsi mo.
I don't remember.
Angisakhumbuli ke noma khona walimala kule engaya kuyona yaseZonke Izizwe.
In Fosloras attending arson, was there anyone who was injured?
Fosloras hona le motho ana le metsi. No one was injured.
Fosloras la kwakushiswa khona ke akunamuntu owalimala.
And then in this one, for this case that you attended, there is someone who had been killed.
Empa ye ya pele le ho rono ile ho yona. ho no na le polao motho na lahletswe ke bophelo ba hae.
Ho jwalo Morena.
Correct.
And you,
kuyiqinisa ukuthi kule engayishiya ke kunomuntu owashona.
and you left that crime scene and decided to go and attend these 2 crime scenes.
Empa wa tlohela sebaka seo sa ketsahalo mo ho nang le polao yaba o lo latela di case tse ding tse leng hore ha hona kotsi e motho a tswileng yona. Wa tlohela sebaka sa ketsahalo mo ileng hore motho lahletswe ke bophelo wa ya latela di complaint tse leng hore ha hona le motho a lemetseng ho tsona.
Nna ke treata di crime scene ele di tshwana a ke na hore crime scene e feta e nngwe mhlomong ka bohlokwa. I treat all the crime scenes the same.
I treat all my crime scenes the same, and I don't prioritize the other on top of the other.
Uma ngabe ke noma ke indawo zesehlakalo kumina ke ngithatha ngokufana ayikho eyendlula enye noma ke ebaleke ngaphezulu.
Oh, you treated the crime scene for this case the same, like this robbery and arson.
Udinkile ka ho tshwana fela arson le robbery.
Crime scene.
Ke thotse the case ke le mo crime scene. Ke mosebetsi wa ka ke tlameha ho respond.
Okay.
Hobane ke ne se ke ntse the necessary ke emetse batho ba totla ho nthusa ho processa crime scene.
Okay.
Ke ne ke tlogetse maponesa crime scene then next a ke a bona ho na le phoso decision in yaka.
I left that first crime scene because I already did my duty there, and I knew that I left it in the hands of other police officials. When I received this complaint, I had to comply and attend to them.
I do understand that.
Okwenzekileke ukuthi lana ngithole lo mbiko ke futhi bese ngiwenzileke umsebenzi wami futhi ngikushiye kwamanye amaphoyisa angibonanga ke iphutha ukuthi ngihambe lapho ngiyolalela lezo imangalo ezangena.
But in closure, what I want to get it from you, Mr. Mosia, is that you treated the crime scene for Senzo Meyiwa the same like other cases that were reported in that evening.
Se abatlang ho se tseba ke hore o nkile case ya Senzo Meyiwa wa ka ho tshwana ka ho lekana le di case tse ding tse leng hore o ile wa fumana tlaleho ya tsona ka letsatsi leo.
A ke hanane le seo hobane ile motho a tsebalang haholo mo setjhabeng. Empa nna di crime scene tsa ka ke di treata di tshwana. Crime scene ine le ka tlasa taolo ya maponesa jole a ke bone phoso e keng yentseng ka ho etsa seo.
I know that Senzo Meyiwa was a well-known person, and I knew also that I left the crime scene in the hands of the other police officials, so I didn't see anything wrong that I was doing by leaving that scene and attending to other complaints.
Ngiyazike ukuthi waye usaziwayo ke umuntu futhi ke ukuhamba kwami lapho ke ngashiya amanye amaphoyisa ngako ke angizange ngibone iphutha ngokuthi ngihambe lapho ngishiya amanye amaphoyisa ngihambe ngiye kwenye indawo yesehlakalo.
Okay, let's move on to Exhibit D, my lord, which is the statement for the same witness, which was obtained under the case 37501/2019. Exhibit D, do you have it? Sorry, my lord, just before we go into questions regarding Exhibit D, can I just ask one question regarding the crime scene, my lord?
Yeah.
Thank you. The bullets that you recovered on top of the cupboard, that's the bullet that is linking the accused with the crime scene.
Bullet e bang o ithotse hodima cupboard. Na ke yona e amahanyang baqosuwa ba le sebaka sa ketsahalo.
Check a ke na ho araba eo hobane e tla ka arajwa ke di analyst batho ba ne ba ke di analyst ka e arabang potso eo.
I'm not in a position to can answer that question. I think the analysts can be the proper people to respond to that question.
And you know the answer, it's just that you're running away.
Angeke ngibeke isimo ke sokuthi ngawuphendula lo mbuzo ukuthi inhlamvu yatholakala laphayana iyona ehlanganisa abamangalelwa kanye neqala leli abantu ke abasebenza ngeinhlamvu abangakwazi ukuthi bawuphendule.
Okay. Did you seal that bullet? I've asked the circumstances under which that bullet was recovered, but I just need clarity on that bullet that was recovered from the crime scene. Was there any swap that was done from that bullet before it was sealed? Was it sealed by yourself or by someone else?
Jwale bullet eo e ileng ya fumaneha sebakeng sa ketsahalo haholo e re buang ka yona e fumanehileng hodima counter kapa cupboard. Na le ile la etsa di swap ho yona pele le ka e sila kapa
Che a re sebetse ka tsela eo.
No, that's not how we work.
Asisebenze kanjalo ukuthi uma ngabe ngithole inhlamvu ngibhekeke ukuthi ukhona yini ukukhona ukutholakalayo noma ukhona ongahlanganiswa nayo.
It is impossible for me to examine for fingerprint on that bullet projectile. It's impossible.
Akukhonakali ke kumina ke ukuthi ngathi ke kuleyo nhlamvu leyo ke ngibheke ukuthi kunama prints fingerprints atholakalayo.
So the answer is no swap that was taken from that bullet.
Karabo ke hore ha wa ka ha nkuwa di swap ho tloa ho yona projectile e. That is correct.
Okay. My lord, can we go back to exhibit
before that? When swaps are taken, is it you who takes them?
Ha ho nkuwa di swaps ko wena ankang di swaps kapa ke motho mo.
Ke nna ke collectang di swap.
I am the one who will collect the swaps, my lord.
Imina ke umuntu othatha noma ke obheka kwenza uphenyo ke kuyona ke inhlamvu ukuthi khona yini okutholakalayo.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Let's go to exhibit D. My lord, I think if I read properly the record, the statement had already been proved because it was signed by the witness, unless if there is an objection for me to continue, or do I have to still prove it again? But from the transcript I saw wherein it was proved, it's an agreement. Thank you. It's an agreement, my lord, that the statement deposed by this witness have already been proved.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mosia, it is confirmed that this statement was recorded by yourself. Is that correct?
Ho netefaditswe hore statement se se ngotswe ko wena. Na ho jwale?
Ke nnete morena.
That is correct.
Uyiqinisa ukuthi lesi statement exhibit D sabhala noma esami.
Okay. I'm just going to read the paragraph. The only thing I need from you is to confirm whether that paragraph is correct or not.
Are o tlo bala paragrafa e itseng ho sona statement se. Wena se o tlamehang ho se etsa fela ko hore o dumele kapa o hane hore statement paragrafa eo e ngotse hantle kapa tjhe. Ya utlwahala monghadi.
I don't want explanations. I just want confirmation if this paragraph is true or not.
Are ha batle ditlhaloso tse ngata o batla fela wena o netefatse hore ke nnete kapa ha se nnete. Ya utlwahala monghadi.
Go utlwahala morena.
Understood.
Ngezwa ke kumele ethi kuzofunda nje kuphela ulindele ukufakaza ukuthi avume ukuthi kuyiqiniso noma akusilona iqiniso.
Okay. Let's start with paragraph 2. On the 4th of June 2019, Colonel F. Buthelezi from CSC and CSM Pretoria National Office requested my written statement regarding murder scene at 13511 Kushwaho Street, Mzamo Section, Extension 11 in Vosloorus, CAS 636-10-2014 and Springs LCRC Rev 1237/10/2014. She explained the reasons for my statement is to explain the manner in which the crime scene was handled, since I was the first forensic investigator who visited the scene of a murder incident occurred. The above mentioned address on the 26th October 2014.
Ha re qhaqholla ka puo ya Sesotho ho tinele ka mohla letsatsi la di 4 tsa June le monthsa 2019 ha Colonel F Buthelezi ya sebeletsang lekaleng kapa ka tlasa unit ya CS le CSM mani National Office hana etsa kopo ho nna hore ke tle ke ngole statement sa ka mabapi le molato wa polao o kileng ka ya ho ona sebakeng sa nomoro nyantlo 13511 Kutlwanong Street Mzamo Section Extension 11 Mani Vosloorus ka tlasa case number 636 of 10 of 2014 Lea Springs LCRC ka tlasa ref number 1237 10 of 2014 o ile a hlalosa mabaka a hae hore ke tlamehile ke hlalose mogwatsela o ileng hore ke ile ka hlokomela sebaka sa ketsahalo ka tlasa diphuputso tsa di forensic ka hobane ke nna motho wa pele ya fihlileng sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo ka le addressing eo ka letsatsi la di 26 tsa October 2014.
Is that information correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
Okubhalelana ke ukuthi kwakuyini ke imbangela nokuthi ke ngicela uKolonel Buthelezi noma ngimchazeleke noma angicela ukuthi ngenze statement mayelana nalokho kwenzeka kwa 13511 eKutlwanong eNomzamo section ngo case 63610-2014 ne Springs LCRC 123710-2014 ngimchazeleke ngendlela engafika kungayo lapho yebo kuyiqiniso ngalendlela ekubhalwe ngayo.
And when you gave this information, Colonel Buthelezi had already explained to you the reason why you were supposed to depose to this statement.
How normal statement se ono sontse go hlaloseditswe ke Colonel Buthelezi hore ke eng e a hlokang e tlamehang hore ebe wa ikenyeletsa statements ho jwalo
nka se dumelane seo ntho e ke nang le yona kelelong ya ka lebaka ke hore ne ba o bona a batla ho tseba ka hore se ka sebaka sa ketsahalo ka mokgo se tshwarileng ka teng.
I would not agree with you. The only reason Colonel Buthelezi asked me to, or gave me the reason to write the statement, it was only to find out as to how the scene was condoned when I arrived at the scene.
Angeke ngivumelana ke nawe kokusho.
Just before we go, I think are you not referring to, are you not wanting to say cordoned? Not
Cordoned.
Cordoned, which means
Yes.
sealing.
Yes, that's protecting the scene and
okay.
taking.
Okay.
Imbangela ke noma isizathu sokuthi angicela ukuthi ngenze le statement uKenneth Buthelezi kwaukuthi nje ngimchazela ukuthi mina ufika kwami lapho ngafika kukanjani.
Listen carefully, Mr. Mosia. My question was, Colonel Buthelezi explained you the reason why you had to depose to this statement.
Potso ere Colonel Buthelezi o jetsitse mabaka a hore hobaneng o tlamea o ngole statement se. That's correct.
So when you were writing this statement, you knew exactly what you were writing about.
Ha o no ngola statement se o no o tseba hore o ngola ka eng. That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi wangichazela ke ngaphambilini ukuthi yini ke ayifunayo futhi nangenkathi ngibhala ngangazi ukuthi yini engibhala ngayo.
And you signed this statement freely and voluntarily.
Yaba o tekena statement se ka buwena ka bulukuluhi o sikatla sa khatelo. That's correct.
Okay, let's go to paragraph 10. Paragraph 10. The incident of a murder scene was reported 4 hours later, and the crime scene address was not yet known on the time. It was reported to me instead. I was told to go to hospital. All delays before reporting the matter to relevant role players might have compromised the murder crime scene.
Ka hare fetulela sesothong ere sebaka sa ketsahalo ya polao se rile ra tsijiswa ka sona ka mora hora tse 4 se ketsahalo e etsahetse ibile ka nako eo le address e ne soka e tsejwa hore ketsahalo ena e etsahetse sebakeng se feng empa nna ke la ka laelwa hore ke hospital tsena tsohle ke tsona tse bakileng tieho ya hore ho latelwe dintho ka tatelano kapa ka tsela e nepahetseng sebakeng sa ketsahalo ena ya polao.
Is this paragraph?
Ngicela ke ukuthi ngikufundele ke lokho ngaphambili kokuthi uphenduleke isehlakalo sokubulawa ke sachazwa emuva kwamahora amane futhi ke nekheli la kwenzeka khona ke ngangengalazi ngenkathi ngichazelwa noma nginikezwa wona lo mbiko engakutshelwa ke ukuthi angiye esibhedlela konke ke ukulibaziseka okwenzeka ngaphambilini kokuthi umbiko noma isehlakalo lesi sichazwe ukuthi kuchazelwe labo abadingekayo ke noma akufanele ukuthi baye khona lapho kungenzeka ke ukuthi lokho ke kwaphazamisana noma ke kwakhona okwenzekayo kulesi sohlakalo sokubulala sendawo yokubulala.
Do you understand the paragraph more, Mr. Mosi?
We utlwisisa hantle paragraph yo monghadi Mosi. Yes, I understood the paragraph.
Izwisisa kahle ke le ndawo ebhaliwe la.
True or false?
Ke nnete kapa se nnete? It is correct.
Thank you, madam. I've got no further questions to this witness.
Mr. Tobane?
Your Lordship, with the leave of the court, I'll request to cross-examine the witness because of the exhibit, the last of statement of Ndlovu. We are not allowed to cross-examine on it. And defense of number 5 already cross-examined on it before the state can re-examine your Lordship.
Before I consider what you are saying you were not allowed.
Your Lordship, if the Lordship will remember, we tried to introduce the same statement of Ndlovu. However, the bases were not laid, and therefore.
Yeah, but you're misstating what happened. What happened is no basis was laid, and there was an objection, and the objection was upheld. It was not like you were not allowed, others were allowed.
Yeah, okay. Your Lordship, I will withdraw that statement. Maybe the issue is the issue of interpretation. I do concede that the bases were not laid. Then there was objection. Yeah. Then the court made the ruling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that happened.
Yes,
it was not a question of allowing or disallowing.
I know. I understand, Your Lordship.
Advocate Baloyi?
There's no objection, my lord.
Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence, Your Lordship. Sir, Mr. Msia, when you were asked about your statement with regard to the scene, the question was about Exhibit A.
Are we going to Exhibit A now?
None. Can you interpret?
Can you ask the question?
Sir, when you were asked a question about your statement, you were asked about Exhibit A.
Ha o ne o botswa potso o botsitswe ka statement ka bopaki bo amohetsweng jalo ka A.
O kan hlakisetsa hore Exhibit A ke Exhibit A.
Can you elaborate on Exhibit A that you are referring to?
I'm not supposed to answer questions, but for the benefit of progress, I'll help you. Exhibit A
is it not seeking clarity?
Thank you, Worship. That's what I'm saying. For the sake of progress, I'll assist him.
No, but you're starting by saying you are not supposed to ask to answer questions, as if he asked you a question.
He did ask a question.
He sought clarity on the question you are raising.
The state's supposed to do that, not him, Your Lordship. I'm going to assist him. I'm saying Exhibit A is your album.
No, Mr. Tobane, how can he answer the question without getting clarity of the question you are asking? It was a very simple matter which you are making very difficult.
I don't understand, Your Lordship, if I may be allowed. It's common cause.
He is seeking clarity, and that is all that is happening. And if you have an objection to him seeking clarity, raise it like that, not to say you are not supposed to answer questions from me. As if this witness, he has never been asking questions to any of the practitioners here.
Your Lordship, if you can hear me out, Exhibit A is a common cause. It's being admitted in court as Exhibit A.
Yes.
It doesn't mean he doesn't know what is Exhibit A. He knows what is Exhibit A. That's the point I'm trying to drive home here. And I'm saying I'll help him. Exhibit A is his album.
There you are, Mr. Musia.
Then, what you did, sir, you took the cat out of the bag. You came up with a new document, case information, which you yourself said you're not supposed to have handed out. Correct?
Itse ha o botswa ka taba tse mabapi le Exhibit A. Yaba wena o bua ka bopaki bo bong bo eleng hore wena ka boena o hlalosa hore o no o sa tlameha hore ebe o bohlahisitse.
Dintho tse ka hare ho docket photo album code photo album docket di belonga ho nna as an expert here, and then ne ke batla ho etsa fela molemo hore ke prove o court hore signature e hlaela mo ke ya mang that is signature mabitso a hlaelang ho tswa receiving ke amang ke ntho ne ke batla ho e prove.
Okay. The photo album belongs to me as an expert. It belongs in my docket. For me to show you that document, it was just to prove that the person who gave me instructions, his details are appearing in that document.
I-album lena ke yeyithombe eyami mina ke nanjenge expert futhi ke lokhu kuko kwami nkathi ke ngikhipha le report lena bekuyukhombisa nje ukuthi ke ubanike umuntu engangise noma owayengikhombisa futhi ebhalile futhi nemininingwane yakhe.
Sir, my question was very simple. If you give an essay, we'll spend 1 year you in the box. My question was, you introduced a new document. The simple answer was yes. Then I didn't say why you produced it, why you kept it. The question was, you did introduce a new document, yes or no?
Are ha o botswa ka tabatse o no botswa ka tsona yaba wena o araba ka hore o hlahise tokomane entšha ke nnete kapa tjhe?
Ke nnete Morena.
It is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngiye ngaveza ke idocument noma ubufakazi ke obushaki.
And it was marked Exhibit F. I want us to look at it again. You said there's no signature, which we can see there's no signature. There's handwritings, correct?
Yaba he tokomane eo e amohelwa ke lekgotla jwalo ka bopaki ba F. Me ha re lebella tokomane eo ho a bonala hore ho na le mengolo mo empa ha hona mo tekenilweng ho jwalo.
Ho jwalo Morena.
Correct.
Yebo kubhaliwe lana ke akunala kusayindwe khona.
With the leave of the court, I want you to demonstrate and show to the court and us these handwritings. Is that there? Show the court. Can you just, yes, at least show the document to the court. There are two sides there, can you see? Now we are agreeing that there are two sides, there are two parts. The other one is written requester or investigating officer. The other one is written complainant.
Hona le dibaka tse pedi mona hlakuring le leng ho ngotse registrar hlakuring le leng ho ngotse complainant.
Ho jwalo Morena.
That is correct.
Yebo kunamahlangothi amabili ke khona lana kule report.
Can you look at the requester, the investigating officer? It shows the Brigadier J.M. Ndlovu, correct?
Mane mo ting motho kupileng the requester ho hlahela Brigadier Ndlovu ha o jwalo?
Ho jwalo Morena.
That's correct.
Yebo kunjalo ke la kubhalwe khona ke requester kanye nomseshi noma investigating officer kubhalwe Brigadier J.M. Ndlovu.
Let's look at the complainant side. It's written Brigadier J.M. Ndlovu, correct?
Le ka hlakuring la complainant ho ngotse Brigadier J.M. Ndlovu.
That
is correct.
Nanga lo hlangothi ke la kubhalwe khona ke ummangali ke noma complainant kwaphinda futhi kwabhalwa Brigadier J.M. Ndlovu.
So, sir, are you telling the court that, as you testified, I need clarity? Brigadier Ndlovu is the one who wrote on this document.
Na o batla hore le kgohleng Brigadier Ndlovu ke yena a ngotseng tokomane e kaofela ha yona?
E seng kaofela ha yona Morena ka empa portion ya requester e ngotswe ke Brigadier Ndlovu.
Not all the document, but the portion where on top it's written requester. That's the portion on which Brigadier Ndlovu wrote down.
Ile yena am phonetseng that's why ke reng ke request.
As the person who called me, hence I placed him here as a requester.
Akusi ukuthi ke yonke ke le document yabhalwa uyena Brigadier Ndlovu ukuthi ke uyena ke umuntu wangifonela ila ngibhala khona ke endaweni ka requester ngabhala kwabhala amagama akhe.
So
ukuthi yena wabhala amagama akhe.
Sir, just hold on. You are telling the court Brigadier Ndlovu wrote on the side of the requester, completed the side of the requester.
Brigadier Ndlovu ka letsoho la hae ke yena a ngotseng ka lehlakuring le ngotseng request.
Ho jwalo Morena.
It is correct that Brigadier Ndlovu wrote with his own handwriting at the side of the requester.
Wabhala ke ngesakhe isandla la kubhalwe khona ke requester uBrigadier Ndlovu.
Because I hear you saying I'm starting to be corrected. You said you wrote his names. Or what about his names?
Ore ma bitso hae a etsa jwang o wa ngotse kwena wa ngotse
Scene report kaofela e ngotswe ke nna. Mara requester side e ngotswe ke Brigadier Ndlovu. On the complainant side ke monkile jwalo ka complainant hobane ke thotse yena mo crime scene and ya ba yena a ntsebisang crime scene.
So kwena ngotse
Ke handwriting ya ka mo complainant.
All right. Sorry, I was clarifying. The whole report was written by myself with my own handwriting. It is only at that side of the requester where Brigadier Ndlovu with his own handwriting filled that portion. But the side of the complainant, I wrote it myself because I found Brigadier Ndlovu at the scene of crime, hence I placed him there as a complainant.
Report ke iyonke yabhalwa yimina ngesandla sami ila kuphela kubhalwe khona ke urequester la kwabhala yena uBrigadier Ndlovu ebhala ngesakhe isandla ngaphinda ngabhala ke imininingwane yakhe la kubhalwe khona complainant ngoba ngathola yena lapho futhi uyena ke umuntu owangichazela ngendawo yesehlakalo.
To get you clearly, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, you see the exhibit we're talking about, Exhibit F. As I look at it, it has what I will regard as the left and the right side. So are you saying that the left and the right side were not completed by one and the same person? Is that what you're saying?
Tokomane re buang ka yona e ra bona e arotse kotwana tse pedi ka hona ka le hlakuru la tso le tona le tshehadi ne jwale re kopa o tseba hore kapa re utlwisise hantle hore na ore le hlakuru le tso le tona le tshehadi a se motho a le mong a ngotseng mo
Jwalo mrena.
It is correct. It's not the handwriting of the same person, my lord.
Qiniswa ukuthi la mahlangothi amabili leinhlangothi ezimbili ke kwesokudla nesokunxele akusiyena umuntu oyedwa owabhala lapha yana.
And are you saying that the requester's side was filled by Brigadier Ndlovu? Is that what you're saying?
Le hlakurin le la requester ke mo Brigadier Ndlovu a ngotseng yena ka boyena ka letso la hae. That is correct, my lord.
The requester uyena owabhala ngesandla sakhe uBrigadier Ndlovu.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Whether this form was completed in R10 next to Southgate or at the scene of crime?
Form e tokomane e tlatseditswe sebakeng sa ketsahalo kapa R10 haufi le Southgate.
E tlatseditswe sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
It was filled at the scene of crime.
Ukubhala kwayo ke le document lena yabhalelwa khona lapho kwindawo yesehlakalo.
Thank you, sir. I put it to you that you testify that Brigadier Ndlovu conducted the scene and he was pointing out the scene for you, correct?
Wa utsibisa hore wena o itse wa re Brigadier Ndlovu ke ena a neng a tshwere sebaka sa ketsahalo ibile ke ena ya o hlaloseditseng ka tsene di etsa tse etsahetseng sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Jwalo mrena.
That is correct.
Uqiniseke ukuthi uBrigadier Ndlovu noma bengishilo ke ngathi uyena umuntu wayengitshela ngikhombisa ngesini.
When you talk about task team, who are you referring to? Who is the task team and what does they do?
How bua task team? O bua ka bomang? Mosebetsi wa bona ke ho etsa?
A ke bua ka task team ke bua ka una le makala from national task team, una le provincial task team and ebe tlo ba rona di local criminal record center.
Ya pele ke eng?
National task crime scene management task team.
It's haremo re tla di bua haka. There are different branches. One branch is national task team. Ya bobedi.
It's a provincial crime scene management task team.
The second one is provincial task team.
And it over rona di local criminal record center.
Then it is followed by local criminal record center.
Uma sikhuluma ke nge-task team, sikhuluma ke ikhona ke national, ikhona ke isifundazwe kube yithina ke i-local criminal record center.
Thank you, sir, for clarity.
Can you repeat the names? You said there is the National Task Team and the provincial.
National Crime Scene Management.
National Crime Scene Management, my lord.
Task Team.
National Crime Scene Management Task Team. Sentence.
And then the provincial.
Yeah, provincial.
It's a Provincial Crime Scene Management Task Team.
Provincial Management Task Team.
And the local.
Local Criminal Record Center.
Local Criminal Record Center.
Yes.
Thank you, Justice, for clarity. Sir, I also thank you for that. Let's concentrate on Provincial Task Team. The next question will be, does Mhlahlo, member of the task team? Is Mhlahlo a member of the task team?
A ke lokela ho bua ka di witnesses tse tlo nlatela at the moment. Hobane re tlo beha maphelo a bona kotsing.
I am not supposed to talk about the witness that will witness after me because that will put their lives in danger.
Angeke ngikhoneke noma ngibe kwisimo sokuthi ngaphendula ke imibuzo emayela nofakazi abasezolandela emuva kwami lokho ngabeka ke impilo zabo engcupheni.
Sir, the reason why I'm asking this question, there will be a follow-up question with regard to what you talked about Mhlahlo. What you testified about Mhlahlo. And this question is not about talking about Mhlahlo in full. It's just a simple answer, yes or no. Does Mhlahlo belong to a task team?
Are potso ena e bonolo ebile ha e bolele hore o batla ditaba kaofela tse leng hore Mhlahlo o tlo di bua. Wena ka bo wena o no sontse o hlaisitse lebitso la Mhlahlo. Jwale sa batlang ho se tseba ke hore ke e mong a welang ka tlasa makala a task team.
Ha esale ke qoba ho ntsha mabitso a di witness kapa basebetsi mmoho le nna. Empa ke tla araba potso eo.
I've always been avoiding to mention the names of my colleagues, but I will respond to that question.
Une a sebetsa Provincial Crime Scene Management before.
He was working at the Provincial Management Task Team before.
Into ke ebengigwema ngazo zonke ikhathi ukuthi ngikhulume ngoza kwethu kodwa ke ngizophendula umbuzo wakho ngaphambilini ke ebesebenzela yona ke i-Provincial Task Team.
It's a she, and then let me just make it a follow-up. You mentioned that the task team found you. Thereafter, when you came for the second time. You said they found you when you came for the second time. It's what you testified about. Is it correct?
I came from.
When you came for the second time to the crime scene.
Or how so only kgetlo sa bobedi sebakeng sa ketsahalo ke mo ileng hore ho fihla task team na ke seo se buile
Again,
that's correct.
Bengishilo ke ukuthi task team izomthola ke mangaba sengibuyela okwesibili.
And you also testified that you called Mhlahlo. You phoned Mhlahlo. When did you phone him? When you went first time to the scene, or when you went for the second time?
Ore wena wile wa founela Mhlahlo. Mo founetse nini ka kgetlo la pele ha o no le sebakeng sa ketsahalo kapa ka kgetlo sa bobedi?
A ke founela Mhlahlo directly. Ke founetse duty officer from Springs office.
I did not directly call Mhlahlo. I called the duty officer from Springs office.
Captain Matebula.
Okay.
Whose name is Captain Matebula.
Angizange ke ngifonele yena ke Mhlahlo ngafonela ke owayesemsebenzini noma i-duty officer yase Springs Matebula.
Did you call him when you went for the first or when you went for the second time?
O founile ka kgetlo la pele kapa la bobedi monghadi?
Ke founile ka kgetlo la pele morena.
On the first time at the scene of crime, my lord.
ngafona ke nkathi ngiya okokuqala.
Thank you, Your Lordship. How did it come about that Mhlahlo came to the scene?
Jwale Mhlahlo o qethelletsa fihlile sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo ka mabaka afe?
Ke tseba hore e totobetse o mosebetsing and o na tlamehile ho fihla hobaneng o thotse report e ba hlokang as a task team.
I believe it is obvious that he was at work. Mhlahlo ke mme kapa ke ntate?
She.
Oh, I believe she was at work and she knew that she had to attend the scene when the needs arise, and she is dispatched.
Ngiyakhoba ke ukuthi kwakufanele ngoba umbuzo uthi ke kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi Mhlahlo eze ukuthi wayesemsebenzini futhi ke eyazi ke ukuthi ke nanjengelunga layo ke task team bakufanele ukuthi manje bebizwa ke ukuthi beze khona lapho.
Your Justice, you'll indicate if you'd like us to stop for tea time. Okay. Thank you. Sir, it was your testimony that when you left the crime scene for the first time, you left with the head inside, you put it inside the envelope. Is it correct?
Ore o tswile mo o tshwere katiba e leng hore o no e kentse ka hara envelope na ho jwalo
Ke kentse ka hara envelope ka be ke kenya ka hara forensic bag.
I put it inside the envelope and place it inside the forensic seal bag.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi kunesigqoko lapha engangisithathile ke ngasifaka ku envelope usuka lapho ke ngafaka phakathi ke kwi esikhwameni sobufakazi.
Sir, I must say you are smart. You know what I wanted to come up with after this question. And I put it to you that you never testified that you put it inside the forensic bag. You testified that you only put it inside the envelope.
Arobana ka ro bohlale o ile wa hlawananela pele ro tlo botsa potso e feng ke ka ho kenyeleditse hore o ile wa ikenya ka envelope ya ba o kenya ka ra forensic seal bag. I don't know how to respond to that.
Ngaphambilini ke uma ngabe ufakaza ke wathi nje kuphela wena wayifaka nje envelopini wasifaka envelopini isiqhoko leso awukhulumanga ke ngalutho nge-forensic bag angazi ukuthi ngaphendula ngithini ke lapho.
You can't answer because you counteracted me. Then the next question, which is a follow-up, is that I put it to you that envelope was not even sealed and it was not given an X number when you left the scene for the first time with it to attend other scenes.
Arwa o jwetsa he hore envelope eo ene sa kwalwa hantle ka tsela e nepahetseng ibile ha o ne o qeta we kenya ka envelope o tsamaile ka yona le ho ya ka ho yona ka yona dibakeng tse ding tsa ketsahalo.
Ke nnete ke tsamaile ka yona dibakeng tse ding tsa ketsahalo.
It is true that I went with it to attend other scene of crimes.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi leyo envelope naleso sigqoko ngahamba nayo nkathi ngiya ke kwezinye ke kunakumanye ama complaints la engawathola.
The question is two-pronged. It is about this envelope not having been sealed. And the second part is about you having taken the envelope with you to other crime scenes. So you answered only one.
Warabile ele nngwe hobane potso ena ene le magama bedi ya pele ne le hore ene e sa kwalwa hantle ibile sa number riwa yona envelope ena ha o tla tsamaya ka yona ke nnete ka patche
ke tshepa hore phoso ya ka ke hore ke seke ka nka snepe ka mora hore ke package.
I think the mistake from my side is not taking the picture of that had after I had packaged it.
Cabanga ukuthi iphutha engalenza ke ukuthi ngingathathi isithombe saso isigqoko leso emuva kokuthi ngisifakile ngaphakathi.
Mr. Musia, you still have not answered the first question. The first question was that the hat or the envelope into which the hat was placed was not sealed. That is the core of the question.
Mokotaba wa potso ena ke hore wena ha o tsamaya ka envelope eo ena le katiba ke ho o tsamaile ka yona e soka e kwalwa hantle e ba sealed.
Ke tshepa hore ke ne ke ikwetse mrenaka empa ke ne ke sanka photo ya yona after sealing the bag.
It was sealed, my lord. My only mistake was not taking the picture of it after I had sealed it.
Ukuyivala ke yona ke envelope leyo ngayivala iphutha njengalenza ukuthi ngingathathi isithombe salokho.
Sir, the good things that we have records of what transpired in the previous when you testified. I put it to you that you're trying to close the loopholes on your testimony, what you said previously.
Arwa utsibisa he hore bana le di rekoto tsa se o buileng ka sona ho tloa ha o no fana ka bopaki ba hao bo ka sehlohlolong mme se a se bonang hana jwale ke hore o batla ho kwala digeu mo o entseng diphoso teng o reng ka seo.
Che agreement le seo ba ke hlalositse phoso e ke e bonang mosebetsing e ko yentseng ke ho se nke snipe sa exhibit ha ke qeta ho package.
I do not agree with you, and I just corrected or made mention of the mistake that I made by not taking the picture after sealing this evidence back.
Engichazayo ke ukuthi nje iphutha lele ngalenza ke emuva kokuthi ke ngayivala ke envelope leyo ukuthi ngingathathi isithombe sayo.
Sir, let's go to exhibit A, please. Not and anything else. Exhibit A.
I think it's 1 minute to tea time.
With the leave of the court, Your Justice, you may maybe adjourn and we'll proceed on exhibit A after
I can't hear you.
May we adjourn and we'll proceed on exhibit A after tea.
Sergeant Musia, you still under oath?
Confirm, my lord.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, I think I will pack and leave the Exhibit A.
Sometimes you're talking too low.
I will leave. I won't ask questions on Exhibit A, Your Lordship. After I went through my notes, I am clarified. The only thing I want to say is that, Your Lordship, there are some versions from my clients. I won't put them to this witness because they are not related to this witness. And the time when we put them doesn't mean that they are new. It means that they will be put to relevant witnesses. Okay. Thank you, Your Lordship. If I may just proceed, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Sir, do you agree with me that there is policy document 3 of 2005 which regulates LCRC activities?
Circular 3 2005 LCR activities.
Circular 5 of 2005.
I only know Circular 5 of 2005.
Mina ke kulokho ongibuza ngako policy document ka 3 of 2005 ngazi ku Circular 5 ka 2005.
So you don't know policy
Circular 5 of what year?
2005.
Circular policy.
It's a policy.
It's a policy, my lord, not a circular.
So you know the policy. Because I was about to ask you, you say circular, I'm talking about policy. So you meant to say policy 3. I'm correct to ask you that?
Yeah, no, obatla hore policy 3.
Okay.
Instead of circular.
Okay.
I still am not clear about that. Do you know of Circular 3 or Circular 5?
Circular 5.
I know about Circular 5, my lord.
Mina ngazi ke u5 hayi u3.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I put to you that before you attend a crime scene as a reasonable person, you will ask about the type of the crime scene you will attend. Do you agree?
Ha o ya sebakeng sa ketsahalo mo ho entsweng botlokotsebe o ye o botse hore ke ketsahalo ya mofuta mang e leng hore o biletswa yona. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniseka ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi uye kwindawo yesehlakalo uyabuza ke ukuthi isehlakalo esinjani lesisenzekile.
The reason why I asked this question because it's amazing. You testified that when defense of number 5 asked you about what was all about other crime scene, whether there was injuries, you said you don't remember.
A re o botsa potso ena hobane ha o no botswa dipotso ke eqwetha la moqosi wa bohlano ka dibaka tse ding tsa ketsahalo tse o ileng wa ya ho tsona hore na ho ile ho ba le batho ba lemetseng ya ba karabelo ya hao e ba hore ha ke hopole.
Ke nnete.
That's correct.
Imbangela yokuthi ngikubuze lo mbuzo ngoba nkathi ubuzwa ummeli ka number 5 uthe nkathi uya ke kwezinye izehlakalo awusakhumbuli ke nokuthi kwakuyizehlakalo njani noma kunabantu abalimele. Yebo kunjalo.
It is correct that say you have a pocket book.
O jwale hore o na le pocket book.
Ke nnete moranako.
That's correct.
Kuyiqiniseka ke ukuthi nginayo ke lento ebizwa esiphoyiseni ukuthi i-pocket book.
And the purpose of the pocket book is to record whatever you have done. When you knock on duty, you record it in the OB book and in your pocket book. And when you attend the scene, the same. Correct?
a re sepheho sa hore le fuwe di pocket book tse ke hore ha o fihla o se mosebetsing o report o recorda OB book le mo pocket book le ha o ya sebakeng sa ketsahalo o fihla o etsa ka mokgwatsela e jwalo fela hore wa ngola pocket book ya hao.
Ke nnete mrena.
That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ke ukuthi inhloso yayo ke i-pocket book ukuthi mufike emsebenzini ubhala kuloko abakubiza ngokuthi incwadi ke i-OP nala uya kwindawo yesehlakalo uphinde ubhale futhi ke kuyona i-pocket book.
So you're telling the court that on that day when you attended close to 4 crime scenes, you never recorded them on your pocket book?
O batla o bolela le khotlale hore wena o ile dibakeng tse arohaneng tse ka bang nne ka palo ha wa ngola letho fela pocket bookung ka engwe ya diketsahalo tseo?
Ke ngotse pocket book mrena.
I did write it on the pocket book.
Nanjengoba ngaya ke kwizohlakalo zasiseduze ku4 ngalelalanga ngangiphe ngabhala kuyona i-pocket book.
So you wrote all of them?
Ngotse dibaka tsa ketsahalo kaofela tse o ile ho tsona ka letsatsi leo pocket bookung ya hao?
Ke tshepa jwalo ho ya ka tlwaelo.
As on norm, I believe so.
Cabanga ukuthi ke nanjengenjwayelo ngabhala ngazo zonke izehlakalo.
I will assume that your pocket book is full by now. You handed in to the storeroom, or you still having the same pocket book of 2014?
Enka hore pocket book eo ya 2014 se tletse bile o sentse o inehetse ho ba polokelong ya tsona kapa o santsane o itshwara ho wena?
Che, inetla le khale.
It's full.
Angisenayo ke leyo pocket book leyo ke seyagcwala.
Let's move on. Furthermore, it is amazing that on that day you treated all crime scenes the same, despite you having attended at first a murder scene, which has brought us here today with regard to this matter.
Wena?
It is, sorry ma'am, your testimony is that this is the first crime scene you attended before you attended others.
Okay. O tla re bolela hore o ile wa ya di crime scene tse ding le ha kwana o no o le crime scene ya pele ya polao ke yona ya pele ke re o reng o attendile pele o ka ya ho tse ding me wa nka di crime scene tsena kaofela ka ho lekana?
Ho jwalo mrena.
That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ukuthi lena ke indawo yesehlakalo kwakuyiyoqala ke leli licala sibhekene nalo engaya kuyona kodwa ke nanjengoba ngishilo ukuthi onke ke ama crime scene ngiwathatha ngokufana noma ngokulingana.
Yes.
Thank you, Justice. Sir, does the task team also be regulated by your Circular 5 of 2005?
Task team na le yona e tlangwa ke melawana ya policy ya Circular 5 of 2005. I'm not sure about that.
Angazi ke ukuthi i-task team nayo ke iholwa ke noma nayo ke ilandela imigomo ebhalwe lapha na ku Circular 5 ka 2005.
Did you submit your 24-hour inspection after you attended the crime scenes?
Na wile wa nehelana ka inspection report ya how kamera ro ya di hora tse 24 kamera ro o lateletse di crime scene tse kaofela? Can I please check?
Inspection. The same. Can say inspection the same date on the 28th.
I did the
October 2014.
I did the inspection on the very same day, which reached the 28th October 2014.
Hlola ke nama inspection ngayenza ngalelo langa lelo ke langa 28 sika October 2014.
Sir, that's not my question. My question is yes or no. Unless you're gonna give me a statement answer with regard to my question I'm asking you. I give you that benefit of the doubt. The question is, did you submit your 24-hour inspection?
Uile wa nehela na kayona inspection ya hao. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi inspection yami yamahora awu 24 ngayidlulisa noma ngayisubmit.
Yes. Last two questions, Justice. Sir, it is correct that you attended the scene. When you attended the scene, you have not yet received a formal training.
Na ho jwalo hore ha o no o ya sebakeng se sa ketsahalo e o no o soka o isiwa dithupellong tsa ho latela diketsahalo tsa mofuta o.
Ke ne se ke qedile dithupello kaofela tse ke tlameileng ho di etsa morena.
I had attended all the necessary training that I had to do.
Ngathi ke ngiya kuyona ke le crime scene lena ngangisengiyileke ku onke ama training ekwakufanele ukuthi ngiwahambile.
Because when you testified under cross-examination by defense of number 5, that answer is different from what you said. Sorry, ma'am. After the defense of led some testimony to some evidence to us with regard to your qualifications, sir.
Are karabelo ya hao ka potso e a o butsitse a qethang ho botsa yona e fapane le e o ifileng le qothala moqoso wa bohlano. Ke ka ho le qothala moqoso wa bohlano le a ileng a kenella botebong ba dithuteho tsa hao.
A ke hopole jwalo morena.
I don't think so.
Ngikhumbula njalo ke noma angikhumbuli kanjalo ke ukuthi impendulo engiqeda ukunikeza yona ke yahlukile kwimpendulo ke ngayinikeza ummeli kaMangalo lobehlanu.
You know what is outstanding, standing out on this, you attending the crime scene. You rush to take only the head with you. And go and attend other scenes of crime without you sealing that head.
Are se mo makatsang ke hore ha o tloha sebakeng se sa pele sa ketsahalo ntho e o ileng wa tatela ho inka ke katiba e o ifumane mo ibile wa ske wa e kwala hantle ka seal ka mokgwa la tshwanelo ya ba o tsamaya ka yona ho lo attenda di isini tse ding. If I were to ask where is the mistake on that part?
Forensic bag ki crime scene mistake ke yentseng ko se capture mo camera.
Because I already testified and admitted my mistake that yes, I took the head with me, but I had already sealed it properly. My only mistake was not to take the picture of it.
Ngazi ukuthi iphutha likuphike lapho ukuthi nje ngathatha mina iqhoko ngahamba ngaya kwezinye izehlakalo bese ngichazileke ukuthi ngayivala ke envelope kanye futhi nayo ke ibag yobufakazi iphuthe ngalenza ukuthi ngingathathi isithombe.
Say, the reason why I asked you these questions is because we'll bring evidence about a protocol to be followed when you arrive at the scene for the first time.
The question is?
We'll bring evidence to show the protocol that must be followed when you arrive at the scene for the first time.
Are otla hlalosa bopaki ka tsela ya hore ho na le ditsela tsamaiso tse tlamehang ho latelwa ha o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo kgetlo sa pele. E utlwahetse monghadi.
Finally, sir, I'm sorry. I must put it to you that you are evasive. And if I was the state or anyone else, I'll charge you with perjury or defeating the ends of justice.
There's absolutely no basis for that.
Your Lordship, I will withdraw. And I apologize for that. That's my submissions, my questions to the witness.
The objection, are you objecting to everything? Because there were two parts, evasiveness and
yes.
The issue where
the
Mr. Tovani was becoming Dominis Litis.
Yes, both parts, and I think the question has been withdrawn in total.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Lordship, I'll withdraw issue of perjury issue. The issue of being evasive is a statement I'm putting to him as well, and it stands.
Well, it's something that can be left for argument. My Lord, the witness doesn't need to comment on that.
Re-examination.
As the court pleases, my Lord. Well, firstly, I beg leave to hand in the extract of the exhibit register, SAP 459. This will be exhibit A4, just to keep the exhibits together that relate to Sergeant Musia. This exhibit, my Lord, has been discussed with my learned friends. They've indicated that we can hand it up by agreement. There will be a formal admission in terms of section 220, where in the authenticity and correctness of this exhibit is not disputed.
Yes. You confirm?
A4.
Your Lordship, we as the defense of 124, we confirm that we don't have an objection in the handing in of the document before the court with regard to its correctness. But as for the contents thereof, is something else. We agree that this document can be handed in, Your Lordship.
No objection, Madam.
Yes.
As the court pleases, Sergeant Musia, you have referred in cross-examination to your docket. Do you have the docket today in court?
Bopaking ba hao o no ntso o ya o lebella tsohle tse o hanang ka bopaki ka tsona ka hara docket ya hao. O iswere ho wena tsatsing le? I have my docket in my possession.
Yeah, but docket la mina.
And you were asked about the original acknowledgement of receipt from ballistics at the Forensic Science Laboratory, as well as the biology section at the Forensic Science Laboratory. And you mentioned that the originals are contained in your docket, is that correct?
Wa hopola hape o ile wa botswa dipotso ka bopaki ba bo bontshang hore dintho tse bopaki bo amohetswe haholo mane ho ba forensic ka biology section le ka lefapheng la ballistic na o botshwere bopaki bo jwalo.
Ke botshwere mrenaka.
I do have such documents in my presence.
Let's start with acknowledgement of receipt from the Forensic Science Laboratory at the ballistics section, which has been handed up as an exhibit A3 in brackets 2. My lord, it appears on page 12 of the bundle.
Rekaya ho bopaki ba bo amohetsweng jwalo ka A3 in bracket 2 yani ya ha ba bua ka di ballistic report tse isitsweng for forensic A3 2 in bracket.
Do you have the acknowledgement of receipt from ballistics?
Onale acknowledgement of receipt ho hlaha ho ba ballistic ka bopaki bo. Yes, I do have such documents.
Can you just show the original to my colleagues and the court? My lord, there will be a file on the witness stand with all the originals. Sergeant Musia, you were also asked about the original acknowledgement of receipt from the biology section of the Forensic Science Lab. Do you have the original?
From the biology side?
Yes.
Okay. Onale tokomane bontshang hore di bopaki bo ile ba amohelwa mane biology forensic side section. Yes, I do have.
Mtayoge ne receipt echaza yoke ya ku section ye biology lab ukuthi nayo ke yatbayithola.
Can you similarly just show the acknowledgement of receipts to the court and my learned friends?
we don't need to see the original, if we can just be given copies.
The copies have already been handed up.
There were no acknowledgement of receipt that were handed in before.
My Lord, the copy appears on page 140 of the bundle. It was handed up as Exhibit B5.
Exhibit B5,
Yes.
page 140.
Yes.
It's not the same as the document that is being
140.
circulated now.
Surgeon Musia, the original document for the swaps, you have the original acknowledgement of receipt for the swaps.
For the swaps tse o di nkileng na o na le original acknowledgement of receipt.
Di ki package e tsamayang kaofela ho ya biology ke di swaps head.
It's one package that was taken to biology section, which will be the swabs, the heads, and the likes.
Yes.
Uma sesihamba zonke ke ziya elab ke khona ke kwi section e biology sihamba zonke ke ndawonye ubufakazi obuthathiwe kanye futhi nesibhoko.
So in other words, all the exhibits were put in one evidence bank.
Na ho bolela hore ne di kentse ka hara mokotla o le mong wa evidence bag ha di iswa mo. That is correct.
Konke ke kwahlanganiswa kwibhegi eyodwa ke yobufakazi mazihanjiswa.
If I can refer the court to Exhibit B3, page 132 of the bundle. And in particular, paragraph 4 that appears on page 133 of the bundle.
Yes.
At the end of that paragraph 4, various forensics exhibit back numbers are mentioned, and at the end of the paragraph it states, and sealed brown A4 envelope were all sealed in forensic exhibit back PA 30007888535. Is that correct? That's your letter to the forensic science laboratory.
Ke ka mokgwa o isitseng ka teng ho ba laboratory ka biology section o hlalositse ka mokgwa tsela e hore le brown envelope e ne e le teng e kwetswe le bopaki bohle bo kwetswe ka hara seal bag e jwalo ya ba ya fuwa nomoro. That is correct.
Right.
Kanjalo indlela ke kubhalwe ngayo lana ke ukuthi lama bags lana obufakazi anama number awo ahlukile kanye nayo ke envelope e brown konke ke lokho kwakuvaliwe base kubhalwa futhi ke nenumber leyo yaleyo bag leyo okwakuvalwe ngayo.
And if you look at this forensic exhibit bag number PA 30007888535 compared to the acknowledgement of receipt that we see on page 140, exhibit B5, you've just shown the court the original document. What is the evidence seal number that appears there on acknowledgement of receipt as per B5 on page 140.
Re kopa o check B5 bopaki bo o check nomoro e hlahellang hore ha e tsamaisane le yona e re bona mo leqepheng la 133
PA 30007885335.
They all look the same.
In number ke yota leyo ke PA la egu exhibit B5 na leyana eqeda ufunda kule statement PA 30007885335.
Can you repeat the number?
It's PA 30007885335, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant Musia, just to recap your evidence. On the transcript of the record that we have received, it's the one marked volume 8 in pen. In pen. These are the proceedings of the 25th of April 2022. We'll refer to page 24. And 25. From line, I'll just read it out, line 12. You testify that when I arrived at the scene at about 20 minutes after midnight on the 27th of October 2014, on my arrival at the crime scene, I met Brigadier Ndlovu and he explained the scene of incident to me.
O ya ka bopaki ba hao bo ka sehlohlolong ha bala ho tswa ho di transcription tse e hlahisa hore wena ho tloha mane line 12 o bua ka diketsahalo hore ha o fihla ka letsatsi la ketsahalo ka ya di 27 October 2014 o ile wa kopana le monghadi the name of the person Ndlovu ibile ke yena a ileng a amohela sebakeng sa ketsahalo aba a o tsebisa ka diketsahalo tsa sebaka seo na ho jwalo I confirm.
Uqiniswa ukuthi ngasho kubufakazi bami ke bange 25 sika April 2022 ukuthi ngafika ke lapho kundawo isehlakalo ngo 12 nge 27 sika October 2014 ngahlangana naye ke uNdlovu.
And on the previous page, page 24 of this proceedings of the 25th of April 2022, the last sentence there, it will be from line 23. We testify that on 26th of October 2014 at 23:45, I received a call to attend an alleged scene of crime as a forensic crime scene investigator.
Watswela pele he le qepheleleng page 24 mo o reng ka di 26 October 2014 ka bo 23:43 ile metsotsonyana pele ho hora ya 12 ya khihla ya ba o fumana mohala o reng o tlamile o ye sebakeng sa ketsahalo. That's correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi bangalezo 25 sorry, 26 October 2014, ngo-23:45 ngathola-ke ucingo lungibizela-ke kuyona isini.
You testify that you proceeded to Vosloorus police station where you ascertained the address.
Gore o ile wa qala ka ho ya Vosloorus police station mo eleng hore no batla ho lo netefatsa address. That is correct.
Ngasho ukuthi ngahamba noma ngasuka-ke ngaya e-police station yase-Vosloorus ngiyothola ikheli khona.
Thereafter, you proceeded to Butsilong Hospital.
Ke mo eleng hore ho tswa ha o mo Vosloorus police station o ya Butsilong hospital. That is correct.
Ukusuka lapho ngahamba ngaya-ke esibhedlela sase-Butsilong.
And there at the hospital, you found 2 uniformed police officers.
Ho fihleng ha hospital o ila fumana maponesa a mabedi a apering uniform. That is correct.
Esibhedlela ngafika ngathola amaphoyisa amabili ayegqoke impahla zamaphoyisa.
Who eventually led you to the scene at house number 13511 Kutlwanong section.
Wa maponesa a ke yona a ileng a tsamaya le wena a wisa ko number 135 wa itseba mani Kutlwanong. That is correct.
La khona-ke ngahola noma ngathathwa ilawo maphoyisa-ke angisa kwa number 13511 eKutlwanong.
Was this a marked police vehicle?
Koloi which one?
The vehicle wherein the police officers were traveling?
Koloi e maponesa ao ana a tsamaya ka yona. Bana ba tsamaya ka koloi ya seponesa e Makue. Yes, they were traveling in a marked police vehicle.
Lebo amaphoyisa lawo-ke ayihamba ngemoto yamaphoyisa ephawuliwe.
And the one you were driving that day, was it marked?
Wena yo no tsamaya ka yona ka tsatsi leo e ne le koloi e Makue. No, we don't utilize the marked vehicle.
Cha thina-ke asisebenzisi iy'moto zamaphoyisa ey'nombhalo wamaphoyisa.
Yes.
And did it appear that these 2 police officers who were in uniform had already been to the scene?
Ka pono ya hao maponesa a ana apere uniform ho no ho bonahala hore na se ba tswa ba kile ba fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo.
Will that not be an opinion?
Well, maybe I'll just put it differently.
Yeah.
According to your own observations, were the 2 police officers already, have they already been at the scene?
Ka ho bona ha hao maponesa ao ana sa a kile a fihla sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo.
Ke tshepa jwalo hobane bang ke ba latetse but from hospital ho ya crime scene ha ba sokola ba ile ba fihla ka nako.
According to my observation, yes, because I followed them from the hospital and they went straight and directly to the place without the waste of time.
Ngokubona kwami-ke ngabona ukuthi-ke babesebesuka-ke ngaphambilini ngoba basuka nami esibhedlela. Basuka nami esibhedlela bangisa ekhaya kuleyo ndlu leyo-ke bengazange bachithe isikhathi.
The reason why I'm standing up, I object. Is the state going to call those police officers? Because according to me, whatever he says, it's a hearsay. He says according to him. Yes. So if the state going to call them?
Indeed, my lord. And we've discussed this with my learned friends. The state is going to call the 2 police officers.
My lord, I've got another objection. That my learned friends, counsel for the state, is just reading the record, what is already on the transcript to the witness.
I don't understand the nature of the objection, my lord. This is just merely to rephrase or to highlight the salient features of the witness evidence. There's nothing wrong with it.
My Lord, the purpose of a re-examination is to clarify issues. But now, if we are going to read the transcript that we all have to the witness, that's not part of a re-examination, my Lord. That's my submission. Because we all have the record.
My Lord, we've been through about a month of cross-examination. It is important, my Lord, that the salient features of the witness evidence to be highlighted. It's my submission, my Lord, that is perfectly in order.
I hear what you are saying about salient features of the evidence. Were you not supposed then to have been picking portions of that evidence?
Yes, that's indeed, my Lord.
She seems to be objecting to you regurgitating everything that is already on record.
No, I'm just going to select certain portions, my Lord, of the evidence.
Thank you, my Lord.
As the court pleases. Did you inquire as to the names of these two police officers?
No, I did not make a record of their names.
If I can ask that photos 1 to 3 of Exhibit A in brackets 2 be shown on the screen.
Photos number?
Photos 1 to 3 of Exhibit A, my Lord.
Yes.
And I will also at the same time refer to page 25 of the record. Line 18, you testified as follows. And on my arrival at the crime scene, it was cordoned off with a crime scene tape. Is that how the scene was when you arrived there?
For who fishing our house to again Saketa Halo, money page 25, line 28. Ufitete se bakwete se baka se Saketa Halo ka tape. Na ke ka mkhatsela e ufitete se baka se Saketa Halo sile ka tape ka photo e. That's correct.
Ufakazileke futhi ukuthi ku page 25 ukuthi ku line 28 wafika ke sekuvaliwe ke nanjengoba kubonakala lapha kulesi sithombe kunjalo.
Can also show the previous photo. And can you go to photo 4? There's a yellowish object there. You, in your evidence, you testify that is the crime scene code. Right.
Honale ho kareng ho sehlanyana mane sitshwantshong wena o ihlalositse so jalo ka khonu e be wan dibakeng tsa ketsahalo ho tshwaya dintho tse itseng. That is correct.
Kunjalo ke kulesi sithombe sibona lapha na le cone esisebenzisayo ke uma sekwindawo yesehlakalo.
That's photo number?
It's photo number 4, my lord.
Of exhibit?
Of exhibit A3. You can also show photos 6 and 7. Yes, just stand. You can stand at that photo. Are you able to describe to the court how the surface looked like on this photo?
Wow, well, ho thaile e leng hore e hlahelletse ho ya setshwantshong se hlahisitsweng.
And this is the point where you found the bullet fragment.
O hopole hore ke mane mono fumana bullet e senyehile.
Ke hopola hore ke mo floorung ya tile hona le a bullet hole.
I recall that on that floor there was a bullet hole.
Engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi lapha yana phansi ke kwakunembobo ke eyabangelwe inhlamvu.
That's photo number?
It's not photo photo number 6. And also if you can just show photo 132. Photo 132. 132. These are the day photos. These are the, can you just describe to the court? The tile surface there.
For a hodram tile fate we aga photo A 132.
Honali a bullet hole mo floor details le measuring sticker. E sebedisa ho measure le sobaleo la kudu.
There's a bullet hole that is depicted on the photo, on the floor or on the tile, and the measuring sticker which is used to measure the size of that hole.
Lapha yana phansi ke sibona ukuthi kunembobo yenhlamvu kanye futhi ke nokhunye noma istika esisetshenziswayo ke ukuthi sibheke ukuthi ke imbobo leyo ikangakanani.
And are you able to tell the court what the size was?
O ka khona o bolela le khotla hore ine bullet e le boholo le soba le le boholo bo bokae tshware.
May the witness leave the witness stand, my lord. Okay, it's fine.
I won't be able to, my lord.
Angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi ke kwakuyimbobo ekangakanani.
On page 30 of the proceedings of the 25th of April 2022, line 17 to 18, you testify that photo 123 indicates the kitchen door where there is an arrow sticker pointing at the bullet hole. Just show photo 123.
The proceedings of what date?
The 25th of April, Mano.
Yes.
If I can ask you to turn to photo 8. It appears in exhibit A2, photo 8.
Yes.
The night photos, exhibit A2.
You say A2?
Yes. It's photo number 8.
Yes.
In this passage that I've just quoted from the record, you testify that you noticed the damage to the door during your first presence on the scene on the night of the incident. Is that correct? On the 26th of April.
Ha no fana ka bopaki ba ha o hlalositse hore ha o fihla sebakeng sa ketsahalo ntho ya pele ke ho hlokomela hore monyako hona le mo o senyehileng teng. That is correct.
Kuyiqinisa ukuthi ngafakaza ukuthi nkathi ngifika okokuqala nge-26 ka-October 2014 ngathola lapho kunalo umonakalo esiqapheni.
And you testify that you marked it with an arrow sticker, as can be seen on the photo.
O lebo fana ka bopaki ba hore o boe maka ka arrow sticker ka lo ka hlahella setshwantshong mo jwa. That is correct.
Ukuthi ngayiphawula ke nge-sticker lesiyana se-arrow ngabonakala isithombe.
Yes.
And on page 25 of the very same record of the 25th of April 2022, you testify that when you came in the morning with the task team, with Lieutenant Colonel Mhlatlo of the Gauteng Crime Scene Management Task Team, you showed the damage to the door as per photo 8. Is that correct?
Ore ka tsatsi le hlahlamang hoseng ha o fihla le ba task team o tsamaya le monghadi Mohlahlo e leng colonel o ile wa mo bontsha mo monyako o sentsweng teng. That is correct.
Ngasho futhi ukuthi mafika ke ne-task team ngalanga elandelayo yena-ke u-Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo ngamkhombisa-ke lo monakalo esiqapheni.
Can you show photos starting with photo 15?
I'm at pains to understand this re-examination. I object on the following basis. The state seems as if
I can't hear you.
The state is rehearsing the evidence, and in this way, it's like the state is trying the witness to collaborate his own evidence, which it was tendered in examination in chief. This is a re-examination, Your Lordship, and whatever the state is doing here, but the witness was not even asked by the defense on what the state is now raising. So it's not, the state is like rehearsing. It's trying to create an impression that the witness is collaborating his own evidence, which according to my humble submissions, Your Lordship, is tantamount to waste of time, meaning that the state is repeating itself.
Advocate?
My Lord, I've already indicated the purpose of this exercise is to highlight certain key evidence of the witness that emerge in both in cross-examination.
Is charging that you are covering aspects that were never raised under cross-examination.
My Lord, all these issues were canvassed in extensively at that, during cross-examination. We're sitting with the record here, my Lord.
When was that? Was it before this run, or was it before we postponed the other time?
Before we postponed, my Lord.
There you are, Mr.
We have sent the record of the proceedings to my learned friend. He can go through the record.
Are you able to refer to
Yes.
pages?
My Lord, it will take a bit of time, but
There you are.
Your Lordship, the state, if you want to re-examine, the state must re-examine on what the witness was cross-examined. Not for the state to go to the records and want the witness to concur with what is on record and what he places on the screen. It's like repeating itself.
He is saying on that record, there are instances where it will show that there was cross-examination on the exact points that he is leading the witness on.
I don't deny that, Your Lordship, but there's no questions arising from what the state is doing, based on what the questions the witness was cross-examined. What the state is doing is trying to emphasize what is appearing on the record according to what the witness said and what the pictures depict. The state is supposed to cross-examine what the witness was asked of. That's a court basis.
My Lord, there's no point in repeating myself. I've indicated that this is just to show the high water mark of the witness evidence as canvassed during cross-examination. It's a perfect exercise, my Lord. We submit, my Lord, that we are entitled to highlight those important portions that came up in cross-examination. As I mentioned, cross-examination extended over a period of several weeks, my Lord, 3 or 4 weeks, and it is important that certain important portions of this witness evidence should be highlighted, and that is what
you are not going over everything.
No, not
picking aspects that were
yes
affected over the cross-examination.
Indeed, my Lord. If you can just show photo 15.
Maybe I'm losing it. I don't know. By his own words, by the state's own words, they said the state's trying to show high watermark points. There are points, Your Lordship.
As affected by the cross-examination.
Lordship, the rule of re-examination. Say, you are asked this question and this question X and this question B. I want you to refer you to this evidence. The state is not doing that, Your Lordship.
But you see, it is him re-examining. All he's saying is that the issues he's raising came up over cross-examination. Unless you are saying they don't. If you are saying they don't, then we'll have to go to the record. Not for you to prescribe how we should re-examine.
Now I will take what the court says. I must not describe to him how to re-examine. But the bottom line is trying to, as he mentioned, as the state mentioned, Your Lordship, is that the state's trying to show high watermark facts, evidence. There are evidence.
For a reason, because it was referred to under cross-examination. The argument I can listen to from you is where you say he's raising issues that never came up over cross-examination.
As a court pleases.
Can we just go to photo 15? When you testified, including during cross-examination, you mentioned that you discovered that the projectile did not go through the door. Is that correct?
How no fana ka bopaki ba hao le hao no botswa dipotso o ile wa hlalosa hore kulo ha ya ka ya kenella ka hare ho monyako.
Iki hayaka ya phunyeletsa on the other side of the door.
Yes, I testified that the bullet did not go through the door and exit on the other side.
Bengikushilo noma ngikufakazeleke ukuthi inhlamvu leyo ke uma ngaba ingenile esicapeni kodwa ke ayiphumelanga ngale.
Just show photo 18 as well, 18 and 19. And 19. And there's a close-up photo of the damage to the door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Lesi sithombe ke bonisa indlela ke isicaphe senakala ngakhona kodwa ziseduze ke.
Also photo 131. And you tested 131. You testified in cross-examination that that's when you started looking for the projectile.
Ho ya ka setshwantsho sa 131 o ile a hlalosa bakeng ba hao ke nako eo o ntse o batlana le projectile. That's correct.
That's
photo number.
It's photos 15, 18, 19, and 131.
15, 18, 19, and
131.
You say they show what?
The damage to the door. If I can ask you to show photo 125. You testify that you started looking around and that's when you found the bullet point behind the glass jars.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Photo 129 as well. Is it the projectile?
Kiona projectile we fumani mo. That is correct.
In cross-examination by Advocate Nshololo on behalf of accused number 5, you estimated that the distance between the point where the head was found in the kitchen as well as the kitchen door was about 1.5 meters.
O hlalositse hore bohole ba mo monyakong wa kitchen ho fihlela mane mo o ileng wa fumana katiba teng ene ile bolelele ba 1.5 meters. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso bengishilo ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi ibanga ke phakathi kwa life box satholakala khona nesicabha ke sasekitchen kwaku amameter awu 1.5.
And that the distance also in cross-examination by Advocate Nshololo, that the distance between the head and where the bullet was found, it's about 2 meters.
Potso engwe ile ngwa e botswa ke Mem Shololo o ile a botsa hore bohole ba katiba ho fihla mo o fumaneng projectile ke distance kanankang yaba o re ke dimetara tse pedi.
Ke tshwantsisitse ka re plus minus 2 meters.
It was an estimation, or hence I said it was 2 to 2.5 meters.
Plus minus 2 meters.
Oh, it was plus minus 2 meters.
Ibanga ke phakathi kwala isigqoko satholakala khona ke nala inhlamvu yatholakala khona ke bekuqagela ke ingakho ngithe nje u2 meters.
What would you say the distance is between the point where there's damage to the door and the place where the fired bullet was found? Can you refer to photo 126?
The distance from the door and
from the door where there's damage to the door and where the bullet point was found.
Bohole ba monyako ole limetseng le hoya mane mo fumaneng bullet projectile teng ke bolelele bo bokae? Can I please check my scene report to answer you?
The kitchen door is A, the bullet jacket is A.
You can also give an estimate.
Estimate?
Yes.
Can be less than a meter.
Ngenena ke ngaphansi ke kwemitha nje ubanga phakathi kwala isicapha sonakale khona nala inhlamvu yatholakala khona.
If I can ask you to turn to photos 124 to 125, it was put to you that by Advocate Mshololo that this exhibit was possibly planted there.
Photo
124 and 125.
124 le 125 Advocate Mshololo ila hlaisa taba ya hore khonahalo e ka ba teng ya hore ebe bopaki bo plantuwe mo.
You testify that the bullet point was found behind the glass jars.
Ka hobane bopaki bono bore the bullet projectile if manu kamera di just tse tsa khalase tse bonahala man. That is correct.
My Lord, I also object to this line of questioning. It is not in dispute, and my learned friend is confirming that that is what was asked to you, and it's appearing there on the photo album. We all have photo albums. We all have what is being put to the witness from the transcript.
He's saying that you contended that whatever was found was planted.
Yes.
And now he's asking him to respond to that under re-examination.
He's asking him to confirm if that bullet was recovered as depicted in picture number 1, my lord.
Or maybe I misheard.
Yes.
What is it here?
No, that is not what I'm getting at. I think if my learned friend can just give me a chance. And this is the question. Was the bullet point visible from where you found it?
That's a change.
Come again?
The question has been changed, my lord.
There you are.
It's now a re-examination, not confirmation of what is already there. My objection was on the repetition and confirmation of the information depicted on the photo album and also appearing on the record. Thank you.
If my learned friend just gave me a bit of chance, I was just laying the basis. Was the bullet point visible from where it was found?
Bullet projectile in bonahala mo ine le fumanite.
Chinese bonahala.
No, it was not visible.
Bullet point ke my point yetlamvuke kwindawo engangimeki yona ke yayingabonakala.
And can you describe the jars in terms of height and spacing between them?
O ka hlalosa hore tsona di jars ne di le botelele le boholo bo bokae le di ba sebaka pakeng tsa tsona.
Ho no sna sebaka pakeng tsa di glass jars. And boholo ba teng I ke kgone ka estimate ka di liters nka chokare is less than 5 liter, can be 2 liter, 3 liter.
Okay.
Glass jars.
I cannot be in a position to estimate, but if I were to estimate the size of the glass jar, I would estimate it around 2 liters or so, and there was no space in between.
Phakathi kwawo ke amajala abonakalayo kusithombe kwakungena space ke phakathi kwawo nokuthi ke ayema ngakanani ngathi nje ngaphansi ku 5 liter phakathi ku 2 no 3 liter.
And following on this cross-examination by Advocate Mshilolo, did anyone point to you the spot where the fired bullet was found?
Na hona le motho a ileng a supisa mo bullet e thuntshitsweng e ne ile teng.
Che ha ho motho.
No one showed me where the bullet was.
Akuna muntu ke owangikhombisa noma wangitshengisa la I bullet noma inhlamvu eyatholakala khona.
It was put on behalf of accused number 1 and 4, then by Advocate Tifo, that the occupants of the house were not confined to the room as you testified, and that they had already left to sleep at Malberton.
Advocate for another case makalong a ula hlalosa hore batho ba ne ba le ka hare ho ntlo eo ba ne ba sa bewa ka phapusaneng e itseng kaofela ba ne ba se ba tsamaile ba lo robala Malberton.
Okay, hopola ntlha eo.
I recall that point.
Ngiyakhumbula ke Advocate for eshoke ukuthi laba babe phakathi endlini abazange nje bagcinwa kulelo room lelo kodwa bese bahambile beyolala eMalberton.
If I can ask you to show the car on photo 1 of Exhibit A.
Something I need to hear correctly. You said they were taken to where?
Malberton. It's M-U-L-B-E-R-T-O-N, Malberton. M-U-L-B-E-R-T-O-N, Malberton.
Yes. And what is the response?
We're still getting to that. That car that we see on photo 1, where was it when you left the scene?
Koloi e bonahalang hlaeletse hanyenyana setshwantshong se. Ha wena o no tloha sebakeng sa ketsahalo e ne le hokae?
It's photo number.
It's photo number 1 of Exhibit A.
Ke sepa hore ne ntse ile mo e bonahalang mo ile e bonahalang snapeng.
I believe the car was still parked on the very same spot as depicted on the picture.
Ngicabanga ukuthi imoto ke isemile noma iphakwe khona lapho ke ibonakala khona esithombeni.
Advocate Tifo also disputed that you confined the occupants of the house as you testified.
Advocate Tifo ile hanetsana le taba ya bopaki ba hao bo hlaisitseng hore o ile wa kopa batho ba ne ba le ka tlong hore ba sebedise phapusi e lengwe.
At which point did you confine them as you testified to bedroom 2?
Ke neneng ha ono o ba kopa hore ba ye ka room 2 e le phapusi e ba e sebedisitseng?
Ke ne ke sa balaele hore ba ye ka mo purposing ke ne ke ine ile pono fela ka ho utlwela le bana ba banyane hore ha ebe ba batla ho phomola ba ka kena ka kamoreng e itse e ke kgethileng hore ba ska nna ba tshwara crime scene.
Okay. It was not actually an order from my side to command them to go to use that room. It was just a suggestion that they should go and utilize that room because I was seeing that the children were tired and they were also tired, so that no one should be touching and tampering with the scene whilst we are busy.
Okay. Ukuthi kwami ke abaye kulela camera ke kwakungase ukuthi ngiyabatshela ukuthi abenzeni ke ngangibona ukuthi ingane idiniwe kanye nabo ke futhi bakhathele ukuthi njena ke bahambe baye khona kulelo camera futhi ke ukwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi akunamuntu nje ozophazamisa kule yandawo ngalesi sikhathi sisasebenza.
I'm getting a message that the interpreter, when we were talking about Malberton, there is something that didn't go well from the interpretation side.
I think she heard me wrong. I was just saying, the court asked as to what was the answer. And I think I just reminded him that the witness said, I can still remember that. I think Mr. Baloy didn't give you back the answer, my lord. The court asked what was the answer with regards to Malberton. And I just said to him, the witness said, I can still remember that, advocate for saying that.
Okay.
I give you chief.
And can you just remind the court how many adults and children were there?
Hopotsa le khotla hore ine ile batho ba baholo ba ba kae ka palo le bana ba banyane ba ba kae ka palo.
Ine ile batho ba baholo ba 5 le bana ba 2.
There were about 5 old people and then about 2 children.
Abantu ke kule yandlu nabangaphakathi kwakunabantu abadala aba 5 ne nengane ezu 2.
And where were they when we left the premises?
Ha wena jalo so tlohela o tloha sebakeng seo ba ne ba le ho kae batho ba kaofela?
I
don't recall well.
Angikhumbula ukuthi babe kuphi nendawo nkathi mina ke sengihamba.
Yes. We're going to start a new topic, the tampering with the scene as it was put to the witness in cross-examination. Will this be a convenient time to take the long adjournment?
All right.
tampering with exhibits.
My Lord, I will object to the line of questioning to this exhibit. Yes. The state led the evidence in chief, my Lord, and that is when he was supposed to lead this evidence. And for the fact that it appeared during my cross-examination, it does not give the state a right to introduce new evidence and lead new evidence in re-examination. This exhibit was not before court, and it ought to have been submitted during examination in chief when the state was leading the evidence. It's a new document that has been submitted in re-examination, and the procedure is wrong. You cannot submit any new information during the re-examination, my Lord. And now it's worse that he's going into detail of this to clarify the issues using this document. Therefore, I object, my Lord.
There you are.
As the court pleases, the exhibit has just been admitted, but it's fine. We can leave it for now. It's not really relevant for the question that I want to ask. The question is this. It was put to you, regardless of Exhibit A4, it was put to you that the reason why you handed the exhibits on the 30th of October 2014 is that you were tampering with those exhibits.
Huile wa shetsa hore lebaka la hore ebe o nehelana ka bopaki bo ka letsatsi le boletseng la di 30 tsa October 2014 ke ka hobane wena o no o le busy o ntse o temperana le bopaki bo. I remember that statement.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngitshela yena ke uadvocate Msholo ukuthi isizathu ke sokuthi ubufakazi ngabufaka late ngokuthi ke ngangiphazamisana nabo ke ubufakazi ngaba ngithempara nabo.
Now, did you know who the accused were at that stage?
Kana ko ono na le tsebo hore ba qosua ke bo mang ka molato. No, the accused were not known as yet to me.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ngangazi ukuthi abamangalo noma basolwa obani.
Would you have any reason to tamper with exhibits as suggested?
Ono ona le lebaka wena la hore ebe o ka temperana le bopaki bo jwalo ka o hlaisitswe. I did not have any reason to tamper with the evidence.
Bengenaso ke noma ngangenaso nesizathu sokuthi ke ngingaphazamisana nobufakazi.
Yes.
And if I can refer you to Exhibit A3 in brackets 1, it's on page 11 of the bundle, my lord. It's a letter to the Forensic Science Laboratory dated 30 October 2014. You testified that also in cross-examination that is the date when you book out the exhibits. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
If you look at paragraph 3, it mentions 2 exhibits and that they were all sealed in forensic bag. What is the number there?
Forensic number bag e hlahella mo hobane ho number 3 mo ho the o nelane ka di bag tse pedi tse ne di kwetswe. The number
is PA 500 14 99 210.
Yes.
And PA 500 208 7782.
Yes.
Were all sealed in forensic bag, exhibit bag number PA 5000-342-715J.
And if I can ask you to look at the original of the ballistic report, a copy of which appears on page 12, exhibit A3 in brackets 2.
Page 12.
Can you just read the
Exhibit 2.
evidence seal number there by paragraph 7?
Hearing exhibit number is
It's PA 5000-342715J.
Number
that is now
sorry.
On what? That number is also it's similar to the number you gave before. It's also appearing on what?
Exhibit A3 in brackets 2, the acknowledgement of receipt at ballistics.
Exhibit 3
in brackets 2, which appears on page 12 of the bundle.
Amanamba ke ahlukene lana ngathi ke kuhanjiswa lobufakazi obuqala ke aye kule yancwadi noma le letter eyayibhalelwe khona elab eyayino PA 5001499210 kanye no PA 5002087782 kanye no PA noma afakwa ke kwikhwama sokufakazi evidence bag ePA 5000-342715J. Kanti ke uma sibuya sesiyobheka ke ku exhibit A u32 ku page 12 wakhona la chazwa khona ke ukuthi bayithola kuthola leya number ke igcinwe ngayo uPA 5000-342715J.
Now, it was put to you by Advocate Stiffer that after the meeting of the high-profile people and high-ranking officers, Brigadier Ndlovu was instructed to manage you, that he intimidated you, and that the exhibits that you collected were staged.
O hopola ha monghadi Advocate Stiffer ana hlaisa taba ya hore Brigadier Ndlovu ka mora hore a bene le kopano le ba ka sehlohlolong o ile a tla ho wena a se a o tshosetsa e bile a o laela hore o etse dintho tse feng a mo ileng hore bopaki bo bong bo fumanehileng sebakeng seo sa ketsahalo bo ile ba stage.
I object to a certain part of the question. I don't remember the counsel saying Ndlovu intimidated the witness. Unless the state point us that on record. What I recall is that our previous counsel put it to him that Ndlovu, he found Ndlovu at the scene. I don't remember the stage whereby he says he put it to him that Ndlovu intimidated the witness before the court, Your Lordship.
Yes.
Well, my lord, that is what's on record.
But if we can be referred to the page, volume and page wherein those utterances were made, for the sake of progress, my lord.
Okay. We will find the relevant portion and give it to my learned friends. And
when shall we have it?
My lord, we'll have to check, in this record. That might take a bit of time, but we can adjourn now so that we can just just find those portions. please, Malad. The manual search is taking some time. We'll do an electronic search. All that I could find, it's on the proceedings of the 1st of June 2022 on page 30. Line 18, Advocate Tifo put the following to the witness. I then said to you, did the then Brigadier Ndlovu by that time tell you about the meeting which took place before your arrival or before they called you? And he carries on at line 22. He say, okay, same eyewitnesses will further testify that the meeting was all about how to conceal or how to hedge the plan of avoiding to say how Senzo was killed in that house. It says that meeting between the senior officers whereby the names were mentioned, and he asked, do you remember the names?
My Lord, objection. In those pages, there is no reference to intimidation.
Yes.
Unless we want to read the whole record into the court.
No, I'm just saying, my Lord, this is what I could find. I've already explained that, we'll do a search, and tomorrow morning we'll give the exact passage wherein this was said, my Lord.
Okay.
Just to save us on court time. Now, Sergeant Musia, when it was put to you that these high-ranking police officers, and we'll find the relevant passages, attended the scene, and that Brigadier Ndlovu was instructed to manage you. You testify that Brigadier Ndlovu can't tell you what to do.
Hona le mo wileng ha biwa ka taba ya hore di high ranking officers tse ka mora hore ba bue le Brigadier Ndlovu. Brigadier Ndlovu o ile a o tshwetsa seo o tlamehang ho se etsa. Wena wa arabela ka hore Brigadier Ndlovu hana matla hore a o jetse hore wena o ka etsa o etse eng. That's correct.
Yebo ngangishilo ke kubufakazi bami ukuthi ke akakwazi ke uBrigadier Ndlovu noma engakwazi ke uBrigadier Ndlovu angitsheleke ukuthi angenzeni.
And if we can just briefly deal with Exhibit D, that is the additional statement that you made that's contained in the second docket, First Lotus Cast 3751 of 2019. You testified during cross-examination by Advocate Tifo that Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi did not explain to you that this affidavit was made with a view to investigation in First Lotus Cast 3751 of 2019. Is that correct?
Wa hopola hore ha o botswa dipotso ke Advocate Tifo. Ona le mwana bua ka hore ka mme Buthelezi hore ha ane a o laela hore o ngole statement kapa report ha ka a o hlalosetsa ha batsi hore o ngole eng wena o no sa tsebe hore se mabapi le se ngotsweng ho doketeng ya case number 375 of 2010.
And you further testified in cross-examination by Advocate Tifo that you thought that it was to explain how the crime scene was handled.
O ya ba o tswela pele ho hlalosa hore wena o bile o nahana hore ba batla o hlalose ka mokgwa wa tsela e leng hore crime scene eo ene e hlokometse ka teng kapa e tsamaisiwa ka teng. It is true.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ngangishilo ke uma ngichaza noma ngangibuzwa nguyena uadvocate Tifu ngale statement engasenza ukuthi ke ukutheleze akazange ngichazeleke ukuthi ngisenzela u37501 ka2019 mina ke wawukuthi nje ngichaza ukuthi I crime scene leyana yayiphethwe noma iphetheke kanjani.
Did she tell you which aspects to cover in your affidavit? Example, paragraph 10 that has just been put to you by Advocate Mshololo and was also previously put to you that deals with the delay and whether such delay could have compromised the murder scene. Did she tell you to include that or did you include that on your own?
Wila a addressa me buthelezi hore o reng ha o ngola statement sa hao ha holo taba ele ya hore mo hlaisitseng hore ho dieha ha lona ha hore le fihle sebakeng sa ketsahalo ke hona ho entseng hore o kapa ho bakileng hore dintho di se tsa tsamaya ka tsela e tshwanetseng sebakeng sa ketsahalo ke yana tshilong jalo kapa kwena a ngoletseng ho tswa ho wena ka bo wena
ke nna ke ingoletseng ho tswa ho nna morena.
That paragraph I wrote by myself. I was not ordered or instructed to write it that way.
Angizange ngitshele ke uyena ukutheleza ukuthi angibhale ngale yandlela ukuthi ke ukulibaziseka ke ukuthi ngayofikwa noma kubizwa abantu abafanele ukuthi kona ke okwakungadala noma kwadala ukuphazamisa kwi-crime scene yimina ngayibhalela.
And Advocate Tifo further asked you whether there was any attempt to tamper with the scene. You testified that you found evidence on the floor, therefore the scene was not tampered with. Do you confirm that?
Wa hopola hore hona le mo advocate for ane a botsa hore tio yo ke yona e bakileng hore ebe hona le ho sa tshware sebaka sa ketsahalo ka tsela e nepahetseng obo ore wena che ha wa bona sebaka sa ketsahalo se sitisitswe ka tsela e itseng.
Ho jwalo ke a
I recall that and I confirm.
Ngiyakhumbula ke futhi ke ngiyakushoko lokho ukuthi ngempela nanje bangabuzwa uyena advocate Tifo ukuthi ke ukufika kwami lapha ngathola ke kunobufakazi phansi ngakho ke akuzange kuphazanyiswe noma kuthempare ngayo isini.
And just briefly on the standard operating procedures, you testified in cross-examination that it was by Advocate Tifo that there are protocols in place regarding the activation of the provincial crime scene management by the local criminal record center, depending on the nature of the scene.
Well, pola hona le potse advocate for au butseng yona mabapi le datellano ka maemo le tsela tsamaiso ya sebaka sa ketsahalo ibile ho latela hape le hore kotsi e hlahile mo kapa sini eo ka bo yona ke ya eng.
Yes.
I recall that.
And ngiyakhumbula ke futhi ngibuzwa na advocate Tifo ngendlela ke esetshenzwa ngayo noma ke ekula migomo elandelwayo ke nokuthi ke futhi uma ngabe kufanele kuze ke i-task team.
And how was this scene classified?
Hoya ka sini eo ile ya hlaloswa ile sini ya mofutama.
Nkare crime scene hanka e hlalosa ine ile onona le ntse sa tsamayang hantle obane ke khotile nako e ke thotse mosebetsi o ka yona then ho ha ba le dipotso ho nna.
Okay. I would say the scene was not conducted, the crime scene was not conducted properly in relation to the times that I calculated, and that brought some questions into my mind.
Zothi ke ukuthi isini ke noma indawo yesehlakalo ke ayizange kusetshenzwe kahle khona ke uma ngibala ke noma ngibheka isikhathi lokho ke kwaletha imibuzo emqondweni wami.
Yes, but what I'm trying to establish in terms of your protocol, how is this scene classified? Given the personalities involved?
Sini e jwalo ibitso hore ke sini ya mofuta o jwang ho latela le batho ba tsamaisang sini.
Ki sini e involvang politicians or any person who is well known in the public. We were instructed to contact the task team if the situation is like that.
I would classify that crime scene as the scene where the politicians and the well-known people were involved. In a scene like that, that's when we are instructed to call the task team.
Kusini ke efana naleyana ke ngokwendlela ke esatshelwa noma esaqeqeshwa ngayo ke ukuthi la khona ke kunosazwayo khona ke noma bezepolitiki kufanele sibize task team.
And at which point did you decide to enlist the services of the crime scene management task team?
Wena he ki inini kanako e feng ha ho no etsahalang mo ileng wa nka qetho ya hore ke nako jwale ya hore ke bitse ba task team management hore ba tlo nka sini
hang ha ke qeta ho thola dintlha tsa ketsahalo eo ke lahla ka tsebo hore ke tlameha hore ke bitse members ba.
Soon after I got details or information regarding the scene of crime itself, I then took the decision to call the relevant people to the crime scene.
Kutheke emuva nje kokuthi ngichazelwe noma ngachazelwa kabanzi ke ngayo isini leyo ila ngathatha khona ke isinqumo sokuthi angiyibize i-task team.
Now, Advocate Nshololo asked you as to why you didn't interview certain witnesses on the scene. Now, in terms of your standard operation procedures, do those duties extend to interviewing witnesses on the scene?
Hona le potso ile ngwa ibuswa ke lekgotha Nshololo hore na o ile wa botsa dipotso batho ba ileng hore ba ne ba le teng sebakeng sa ketsahalo. Jwale potso ke hore ana maemong a sini e jwalo o tlamehile hore o latele tsela eo ya hore o interviewe batho? No.
Akusiyona ke ingxenye yomsebenzi wami ukuthi ke uma kufika ke kwisini ukuthi ke sibe nama interview esinawo nabantu esifice belapha.
You were also during cross-examination asked as to why you did not take primary residue tests on the occupants of the house. Now, according to the information that you received, was there a reason to conduct the primary residue test?
Wila wa potso ya hore hobaneng o sa etsa diteko tsa hore o bone hore o keke wa fumana masaledi a situnya ho batho ba ne ba le ka hare ho sebaka sa ketsahalo. Na eo ke engwe ya mesebetsi ya hao o no tlameha o etse haholo sining e?
Ke engwe ya mosebetsi wa ka empa ke ne ho ne ho sena lebaka kapa information e ka nahanisang o ka kapa ene ka re qobella hore re nke di PR test ho batho ba ne ba le ka tlung.
Okay. Taking the residue test is one of my duties, but I did not have a reason to take a residue test from the people who were inside the house at that time.
Umsebenzi wami noma umunye umsebenzi wami ke ukuthi ngihloleke noma ngibheke la esandleni ke okusalelayo ke uma ngaba sekuqede udutshula kodwa ke bengangenaso isizathu noma ke information enginayo engangiholela ukuthi ngikwenze lokho.
And just finally, Sergeant Musia, how many crime scenes have you attended in your career before this incident, more or less?
Bonyani, uno also nalidi crime scene.
You testified in cross-examination that you have attended crime scenes during the course of your training. Are you able to give an estimate?
Or how nonto fumantwa tupello? Uno unto khona hore oye the crime scene tse itseng. Jwale o batla ho tseba hore pele how kaya scene e uno o se o na le di crime scene tse kae bonyane tse so kileng wa di attend.
Estimate.
There were so many I cannot even be in a position to estimate.
Maningi kakhulu ke ama crime scene esengaya kuwona ka ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi nginikeze ngenamba noma ngiwaqhaqele.
And just finally, Sergeant Musia, did you receive, it was put to you that the exhibits were possibly contaminated. Did you receive any query from the forensic science lab that any of your exhibits could not be analyzed?
Nguhe Ntate Musia. Hule ha bala le potso e reng khonahalo e ka ba teng ya hore bopaki bo buile ba thetswa ka tsela.
Sorry, ma'am. I'll object to the witness answering that question. I'll object to that question from the state. Your Lordship, that's for argument.
Yes.
The reason being, whether an exhibit is contaminated or not contaminated doesn't mean that it cannot be examined. Therefore, the state is putting this witness in a corner to speculate, and this question is not a question per se. It's a matter of argument from the parties, Your Lordship.
As a court, please, what we're trying to establish from the witness is that did she receive any queries, any inquiry from the forensic science lab? You know, in light of the allegations that have been made, we submit that it's a legitimate question.
Yes. What is the objection to? The question is whether he received queries from the forensic laboratory about the exhibits.
No, Your Lordship, the question is, did he receive queries whether the exhibit they could not be examined?
Yes.
That is the question.
Yes.
Now, before that question, the state raised the issue of exhibits being contaminated. Our submissions are that contamination or no contamination doesn't lead to exhibits not being examined.
No, well, the question is not about examination. It's about receiving queries.
May the state repeat your Lordship?
Yeah?
Just rephrase. Did you receive any queries from the forensic science lab regarding the exhibits that you submitted?
Na wile wa fumana ditletlebo mohlomong tse hlahang ho ba forensic science ka taba ya di exhibit tseo di sitseng ho bona hore di ka tswa di sitisitswe ka mokgatseleitse?
Chair.
No.
Angizange ngitholeke ukuthi ngibuzisweke ngama exhibits engawasa elab.
Your Lordship, with your respect, can you see now the state what is doing? The state is like playing chess. Now this question the state asked it. The state cut the question short. If with due respect, we can listen to the record. The question from the state initially, Your Lordship, the question from the state initially was whether did you receive queries for the fact that the exhibit could not be examined.
Advocate Balo?
In the light of the objection, I paraphrase the question. I don't know if there's an objection against the current question as to whether the witness received any queries from the...
So you rephrased?
Yes, I rephrased it.
Is there a problem with rephrasing?
No problem.
As a court, please.
No problem, Your Lordship.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you receive any queries from the forensic science lab after submitting the exhibits?
o ile a fumana tletlebo e hlahang ho ba forensic science ka mora hore o ba nehele bopaki bo o no o bo collectile. I did not receive any queries.
Angizange ngibuzwe lutho ke emuva kokuthi ngifakaze ngabhambisa elab.
Right, and just finally, Mr. Musia, regarding swap number 6, but I'll leave it at that, Manda. Thank you. I've got no further questions.
This time you did not rephrase, you deleted the question.
No, I think in light of the lateness of the hour and the fact that the kids have got to go to prison, I think it would be the appropriate time to stop here, and thanks to Sergeant Musia for his time.
Please rise, the accused. May the accused rise. This case is postponed, it's being rolled over overnight to the 8th of September 2022 for further hearing. The accused shall be in custody. Mr. Musia, same time, same place tomorrow.
We're done with Sergeant
We're
Musia.
done with him?
Yes.
Okay.
If no one has got further questions, he can be excused.
No, he was done, my lord. He can go home.
Let me just note that you are excused. Mr. Musia, you are now excused. What's left for me is to thank you for taking all the trouble, more trouble than an ordinary witness takes, in your state of health, to be here for long times or elongated hours, and we wish you well in your recovery path.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is that next week, what 10?
Madame, all rise.